I ran Nioh 1, and that was fun, to be honest, but yeah, no, I honestly, chat, I'm excited for could hold a record again. I would rather do a game that I want to run. If anything, maybe I'll run like a Resident Evil game before RE9 comes out for a little bit, for like a week or two. Hopefully RE9 demo comes out tomorrow. I don't think it would be tomorrow, right? Isn't it? Isn't the state of play on the 12th? Yeah, I'm excited for the state of play. Hopefully it's gonna be good. Okay, so now we can get the veteran. Okay, you know what, chat? I'm just gonna ask: is this the final zone of the game, or do I have another zone left? So I'm kind of curious. All right, well, nobody knows. It is the final. Okay.
Well, but
sure.
Welcome.
Oh, he's selling more of these. Hey, wanted chatter. What's up? So we can do the veteran missions now, I believe. Is this the dung guy? Oh wait, no, this is a girl. Oh, what is this? You don't think I can fully clear this zone within the stream? Really? I don't know. Well, maybe not. I mean, if it's two more... I mean, if we have 2 more streams of the game left, that's fine. Here's what it is. It's all good. Good old invisible wall. Classic. Okay. What's up, Gooch? Okay, we got the veteran dojo warrior.
if you
ninja, and then... Oh, we need to talk to the girl more. What happened to 20 minutes of stalling? I don't know. Sometimes I stall longer, sometimes I don't, man. Alright. Eye on Life 2 is coming out in 3 days. Also, Reanimal. I'm really excited for Reanimal. Might even speedrun the game, maybe. I don't know. But I am excited for the game regardless. Hey, Lopaka, thank you for the 42 months.
Bitch.
How much do levels make a difference? I mean, you just need to make sure to... Just like auto-equip your new gear.
The spirit of a samurai. But the real fight begins now.
I'll be honest, I feel like they could have just gotten rid of these stupid dojo missions. I don't know, they're fucking dumb. IMO. No, I didn't. Nikitos, thank you for the 67 months. I just didn't see it. Recyclops, thank you for the 42 months, man. Neelix, BM Robin, thank you guys as well.
Lord Takechio, prepare yourself.
Prepare yourself.
Not done yet.
That was distraction.
And so I fall in defeat. I truly have nothing left to do.
You must prove your worth to the masters. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, I feel like, dude, by the time fucking Nioh 6 is still gonna have the same shit, these fucking stupid dojos. I mean, what, like, whatever. It's not a big deal. It's not like they're even hard or anything. It's just... I feel like they're just kind of like pointless. And also, I feel like for new players, I mean, hell, like new players might not even realize that they're like missing out on so much potentially. Holy shit, this guy is dumping on me.
Cut worse. Just like old times. Reminds me of my battle with Angie.
Nioh 6 coping? I mean, dude, I wouldn't be surprised if they... I feel like they're just gonna keep making Neos, and they're just gonna... It's just gonna be like, they're just gonna keep adding... You know, every Nioh release, it's like, alright, let's add 5 new enemies. 10 new enemies. Hey, make a new IP? Yeah, me too. But the thing is, they've tried new IPs. It's not like they haven't done it. Except every single one of their new IPs is always... Like, I want them to make a like, give me a, like, a true fantasy game. Like, dark fantasy. Not... Like, every single one of their games takes place in... I don't even know what the era is called, but... Feudal Japan, yeah. Hey, Mox. I don't really like this setting that much, to be honest. Alright, well anyways, we got a bunch of skills we can get now. Oh, cancel out of a Tonfa technique. I guess a lot of these are still behind masters though. Did that only unlock one skill for us? Are you kidding me? Or actually, wait, well... Oh. Oh. Because there's also Ninja Stance, which we probably got some stuff, yeah. Multiple frozen water orbs. I want the enhanced shrapnel bomb. What it says learned from handbook. I don't even know what that means. Need to find it. Oh, okay.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed.
Wow, that lightning steps. That's some fucking speed. Holy shit. Is there nothing? There, dude, there's like barely anything in the samurai tree. What the fuck? Why is there like nothing here? Crucible weapon familiarity. I haven't really been using any crucible weapons. Alright, instead of the bubble, let's do glacial calamity. And then instead of the shuriken, let's try... Wow, this tornado seems kind of crazy. I do like my bomb a lot, though. But maybe it's time to get rid of the bomb. I don't know. Do I need to equip... Oh, wait, this is hatchets. What am I doing? I need to be on... I want it to be on the axes. Oh, the mystic art. Okay. I'm gonna go inner light. Have I played Bomberman? I don't think so. Alright, there is some stuff we can go back to now, though. We can go fight this master. Yeah, I mean, I think Team Ninja does a really good job with I don't know. I feel like the exploration in the game isn't necessarily bad, but on top of it, like, the loot system does not help the exploration aspect of the game.
Well, you don't seem to be one of those Oda dogs, though the thought did cross my mind
That sounds
when I
kinda
noticed
stupid.
someone approaching me. I'm just a humble gunslinger, whose last job happened to go awry. Now I'm a wanted man. But the idea of someone carrying on my skills does have its appeal. So, care for a bout? A real go-getter, eh?
I don't know. He's still gonna shit on me anyways,
you
probably.
hold back. You're sitting duck standing there like that.
Say the same, buddy. I got you. He's side strafing, bro. I can't. It's unbeatable. I'm dead. Bro, how much damage? He just did 1100 damage to me? What the fuck? I gotta say, I feel like for some of these fights, they did not need to make it so you have to run back. Like, come on. Just fucking give us a Steak America or something, bruh. Or just like, let us just like retry. I don't know, this guy seems kind of dangerous.
A real go. You're sitting duck standing there like that.
You bitch. Bro, did he just... Faced bombs, bitch.
Very spry. My favorite kind of target. Like that. You're better than I thought.
Harry Potter. Handbook urgency. Can I not teleport? Oh, I have to. I have 223 elixirs in my storage. Damn. That's a lot. There's so many Kodamas here. I don't really care about picking up the Kodamas here, though, to be honest. There's a spirit vein here. I think it's just for the 6 Jizo statues, though, which I don't really give a shit about either. Is there any other spirit veins that I can't do? Yeah, I want to go back and fight this boss. This fight should be a bit easier now.
Pitiful humans will kneel before them.
I'm like so OP now for this fight. Down, dude.
It is I who am most fit to rule, not you!
Thought this was one of the hardest fights in the game. It depends when you do it. I tried doing this fight early on,
Even when I was a child.
I was hitting him like a wet noodle,
Everyone
so
in
I
the clan
thought I would come back later.
praised my capabilities. Takachio never bested me in anything. Not a single thing. A shogun's role is to lead everyone. Only I am worthy of that title. But the paintings... Takachio's paintings alone managed to calm my mind. If Takachio had just become an artist instead, there would be no ill will between us.
The nice thing is though, if you kill this guy early on and you get like you get really high level equipment. Because he drops like level 90 gear, but you can fight him when you're like level 50 or 60. But you could fight him even when you're even lower potentially, but it's pretty good. All right. There was a few Spirit Vein fights that we could go do as well over here. I mean, if you rush the main, because the thing is, fighting him is locked behind the Spirit Guardian, right? So if you rush the main story completely, you could probably fight him when you're like really, really low level, potentially. But it's also RNG if he'll drop a weapon that you need, or that you want, like... I think it's RNG if he drops a weapon that you can actually use. Because I don't think you're guaranteed to get a weapon that's like what you're spec'd into.
There's no need to be careless.
Or maybe it does. I don't know. I could be wrong about that. Yeah, I could have killed that guy right when I came across him. I mean, I got him to like 40% health one attempt. I don't know. It's like I could spend an hour or two fighting him, or I could just come back later.
Oh, I have to protect your eyes.
No, there's no
like
limitation on
would
like the gear you can equip.
Magnificent. Then, under the divine protection of Buddha, to battle. You wield on your magic as well. Fascinating.
I love magic.
It's all or nothing now.
Can't see anything? Don't worry, he can't either. It's fine. Should have done the follow-up there. Time to get sit on.
Magnificent battle.
Oh, I actually still can't do this one. I'm surprised. I'm confused. There's like... Oh, okay, never mind. Mind the late game. I'm just doing some like side stuff right now, but yeah, I'm in the final map of the game, I believe. I guess that was just for some loot. I guess we can go grab that Kodama. Wait, what? I grabbed this Kodama before. I'm so confused. I distinctly remember getting this Kodama. Maybe I teleported before it actually... You know what? I think I found him and then I used the travel amulet before it actually counted. I think that's what happened. Oh, I can't wait to run back to this fucking fight if I die. Just don't die. It's fine.
I am excellent.
Excellent.
My arrow flies.
Oh god.
Are you capable of evading it?
That is kind of cringe, dude. That's really cool. I love running back to the boss. Yay.
My arrow flies through! Are you capable of evading it? Satsu was indeed watching over us.
Bro. Oh my god. I thought I had my... No, whatever, dude. This fucking fight is obnoxious, bro. Do I remember the fastest way to move around? Well, I remember what you said, but I feel like if you're surge... Well, you can't surge sprint when you're out of combat anyways, though, right? I know you said if you're like surge sprinting and you like spam dash.
I am not. How about. My arrow flies through! Are you capable of evading it?
Bruh. Oh my god, this is cancer. This is so ass, bro. What the fuck? Yeah, you want to do it in ninja? Okay. Is it because you don't use as much stamina when you're a ninja to dash? The thing is, I don't know why it's canceling the surge sprint though. The thing is, it puts my weapon away.
My arrow flies through! Are you capable of evading it?
Tempest doing 10 damage, you know? Hey, every bit counts.
Your form. I'm.
Thought there's like another spirit vein somewhere around here that I could do. I guess not. I guess it's just this one. Alright, well that's fine. Alright, let's go to the main area. Although there was like a mission here or something. Hold on, I guess we could do this real quick.
It's... I'm... This is... It seems... What you...
Ah, whatever. Yeah, I finished Cairn. That was good. It's a fun game.
Just as... I...
He gave us his painting. Portrait of Takeda. Oh yeah, there's like 2 missions here. Why are they like grayed out though?
Takachio, I've had awful headaches. I heard the yokai destroyed a but I've given I'd like and so
I'll find your medicine for you, sure. Oh, this is like back where we just were. Hey, Viva Lorike, thank you for the sub. Shiba-sans, thank you for the 59 months. To go to Walmart this morning, that's terrifying. Craft guide, ghostly call.
Maybe I'll mix something up with those yokai materials next. Oh. A medicinal recipe requiring a yokai ghost. The thought of using such a thing as medicine is rather nauseating. But if you insist, perhaps we ought to speak with Nioh once more.
Oh, that was it? That was easy. Ibuprofen fetch quest.
Lord Takachi, Lord, what's more? And they problem.
What? Can I drop down? Oh, I can. That's nice, at least. Oh, it's one of those fat guys. Alright, chat was saying that they're weak to lightning. Bro, where are you going?
Yokai referenced in the recipe. After it, Takachio. Don't let it get away.
Dude. What is this fucking cancer? Finally. Go. Oh, they are very weak to lightning, no kidding. That was easy. It's a low-level mission. Yeah, I realized that much. But nevertheless, they are still very weak to lightning. Yeah, I know. Alright. How do I... Wait. Can you only craft stuff at the blacksmith? Yeah, I guess there's no point in me really doing this mission, eh? Probably.
This black didn't stop at the... Thank you. Welcome!
Reforge. Oh yeah, this is where you can actually like make very specific gear in like New Game Plus. What was I supposed to make? Ghostly Call? Or did I already do that? Oh.
Do come again.
Hey, Fire and Sif, thank you for the 69 months. Thank you, man.
What's that? That is most...
Did we fix him?
But this a medicine like this, I hope.
Epic. I get a samurai lock at least, I guess. Oh, a smithing text.
Better he doesn't know what was in it.
You were of considerable help at Maisaka too, but that would only be... What say we try out? We may... Excellent.
Sure, I'll fight you.
Let this be proof of your prowess. Now, witness my genius with the spear. You're quite the warrior. You are. Most formidable.
Thanks, man. Bullying old men. The guy was level 20. Yeah.
I feel it.
I am champion of the East. Epic. Oh, just a smithing text. Oh, there's more shit. Should I even do this? I don't know. This is Oh, a new mission has been added to the battle scroll. Yeah. Whatever, man. Just give me this shit. Sorry, chat, I just really don't care what they have to say. Forgive me.
Once again, the world is in turmoil. Lord Yonatomo must be much displeased.
Bastard! I curse you with the enmity of my family from now to eternity!
Get off of me.
The hall is in shambles. I wonder how the idol in the cave fared.
Handle. Think this game is good for speedrunning? I mean, I'm not really interested in speedrunning Nioh 3. I ran the first game, which was fun, but I don't know, I'm just...
Ah, look, well,
You're welcome. Alright. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely going to speedrun RE9, but it's probably going to be a little while. Like, I want to do multiple playthroughs of RE9, try out all the difficulties, and then we'll, like, do routing and stuff, which is probably going to take a while to, like, practice all the boss fights and figure out the route and everything. Like, when Village of Shadows came out, I spent, I think, like, 2 weeks practicing the game. I spent, like, 2 weeks practicing the game before I even did any runs. Like, I could just try to do, like, super scuffed runs, but I much prefer to actually, like, practice and stuff beforehand. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back.
Seems the yokai are drawn to the incense burner. Well, now's my chance.
Even the loyalist masters have scattered. Who remains that could fight the yokai?
Go get the incense burner.
Aratama are swarming. A frontal attack would be ill-advised. Another tactic?
Oh, wait, you know what? This is actually the area I played from the demo when I went to the Koei Tecmo offices. Incident. Yeah. I thought I could break through that. Dude, I'm dead.
Kim, gaze upon me as much as you please.
Oops. Forgot to check. Tempestuous deflect. Oh wait, I have so much Amrita, bro. I need to level up. What am I doing? Only have enough for 2 level ups. What happens if you fail? You have to fight them instead. I think this is a shortcut. I have a ton of stones to use. What, like, you mean the spirit stones?
I might as well enjoy what time I have left.
This girl actually did a lot of damage. I don't know if I like this summon that much. I feel like he just misses most of the time.
This thread, it's...
The thing is, you don't really get spirit stones apart from the crucibles, from what I can tell. I mean, I have 17 large spirit stones, 28 normal, 47 small. Yeah, I don't really think you... Oh, what the... Oh, no! Damn it! Oh, wait. Thought it had, this thing has 3 gold bars on the side, but it's not a whatever the fuck it's called. It's the rope. Oh. Does it change for these chests? Like, these ones are different? Whoa, that was weird. I was like slowing down there. For some reason. This guy won't stop jumping away. My stamina, lady, chill. Does no damage. Didn't drop anything. Oh, hot spring. Yeah, I know you can turn on the auto looting. It's just for me, the auto looting feels slower than if you just pick it up yourself manually. Keep going like slow-mo. I think I'm like getting frame drops or something. Dude, this enemy doesn't like do anything. They're just super annoying.
You're looking for that man, aren't you? He's up top. Just please, spare me.
Anything else over here? Kind of confused as to where I am exactly. This is where the staircase was. long stride. Am I going the right way? Kodama in there. Frickin' blocked me. So you open up the shortcut. Probably go back to the shrine as well. I don't know if I should change my skills. I don't know. The amount of summoning seals. Oh, interesting. Because we don't really deflect that much. Could try it though. Why do I level all stats equally? Yeah, I don't know. It's just for the... It's just... If I want to switch weapons, it makes it easy. I mean, I guess you can respec your stats whenever, so... I probably shouldn't do that, but...
Let me your blade!
oppose Tokugawa, and only death awaits.
I can't go dying yet.
It's time, isn't it?
Yeah, most of your damage and defense comes from your equipment.
All right. You'll make a good meal for the yokai.
There's no end to this. That playboy's as cool as they come. You're a Tokugawa. Yeesh. I'm just too popular, huh? Might as well try to enjoy it. If you're a Tokugawa, I'm not holding any things back.
Damn, this guy hurts. Sit on him. I can't heal. Can't do anything. Holy shit, bro. Got the Go bullshit build.
Sorry, Leoma. This is all I've got. Do your worst! What the? Are you... couldn't get rid of the crucible? You're something else! We revolt because the shogunate isn't doing things right. And our minds are set. Allies are getting swallowed up by the crucible.
The bosses are easy to beat.
Right.
I mean, if I was just going full melee, I would definitely be having a harder time, but if you use everything the game gives you, yeah, it's not.
But I've carried on their mission. And kept fighting. And now with you around, I'll fight back the Crucible 1,000 times over. And bring back an interesting Japan.
Yeah, the Nioh DLCs are pretty tough.
You even keep fun company.
It's so cute.
My mind's set. Let me throw my lot in with you.
Look at all the scampuses.
It's barely recognizable now, but this is the Shimabara Pleasure District, led by Tokugawa Kunimatsu.
Hey Bear Xenion, thank you for the sub,
The shogunate has
man.
engulfed most of Japan in the Crucible. Us loyalists have kept Kyoto safe, but the shogunates started sending yokai into Kyoto. The fighting's fruitless. And now the loyalists are scattered too. But it gets worse. The troops of Tokugawa Yoshinobu are pouring in from Edo. Worst of the bunch is the Shinsengumi. They've got us reeling. And now Honnoji Temple has been swallowed up by the Crucible too. Audio just went out to try to stop them. Things are bleak. But I know you could do something about it, yeah? We're counting on you!
Thanks, man. Yami Choro. Wonder if I can use that in Ninja. I kind of wish that all the Guardian Spirits could be used for like Ninja or Samurai and they just gave like different moves. I find myself constantly using like the same Guardian Spirit in Ninja. I don't know, I've tried a few other ones, but some of the Ninja ones I just don't really like that much.
Come on, let's go. I've got to make for Honnoji
Like
now.
close to the end. I'm in like the final map of the game, but we still have a fair bit left.
This place. Liked it here. but oh well. There's an old gambling den up ahead. It'll make a good hideaway.
Gambling den. Ah, I can use her. Nice. Let's try that. I'm gonna change my soul core as well. I like the Gaki chief. Oh, it's the knife guy. Yeah, this could be good. Could try him. Oh wait, no, we can't use it. Damn it. I don't know, there's a few... Maybe we should go... There's a few Crucible Wraiths. I wonder if... There's like 3 Crucible Wraiths that we missed. I have to go back into like the mission. I don't know, it's whatever. Thoughts on the game? I mean, I'm enjoying it. It's been fun. I do think they toned down the game a bit and made it a bit easier, but... Might also just be a case of me having played the other Nioh games before. I don't know. Oops. Alright.
What on earth?
Hi, guys.
Huh?
Who goes there?
You right with me!
Yeah, controller aim is not great. Oh, that's a cool move. Didn't know this enemy would respawn. It's like 2 hits, I guess. It's okay. It's not great though.
I like money.
There's some better stuff I can equip here. Quick-witted courage. Shrapnel bomb damage. Flame breath damage. What is... How do I... That's not what I... How do I look at what... I don't know. I want to see what quick-witted courage does, but I don't know how to look at what... I don't know how to look at the stats. Maybe it has to be in, like, the main menu. Or the inventory menu. I don't know. Yeah, I was doing the... It's all in the same menu. I don't even want to look.
Capital, you say? So much has changed. The crucible must be dispelled to provide any hope of reclaiming the city's full beauty. Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing like a Resident Evil marathon before RE9 comes out. Just the Resident Evil games aren't like, they're pretty short, or at least a lot of them, so I don't really wanna, I don't wanna start it too early. lot of damage.
Who are you with? You jumped into that hole at Shichijo without a word. Oh! What are you?
What's up, Toby? Why is there a businessman here?
This point. Oh, I see. So you have some business there as well. In that case, can I interest you in a trade? Oh, but where are my manners? I am Thomas Glover, a merchant from Scotland. I have been selling weaponry to the samurai of this country, but as you can see, returning to my warehouse has proven more difficult than planned. I wish for you to dispose of the demon up ahead. Of course, I meant you are free to make. They'll serve, assuming they.
Okay.
Brilliant shot. You have a knack for this.
A foolproof way to defeat the shogunate. Has Yoshinobu figured something out?
Who are you? This way!
Okay.
This is Shichijo, isn't it? The entire street's been destroyed. It's like hell on earth.
Oh, that's nice. These enemies are so unnecessarily tanky, it's like absurd. Is this just a side path, or?
Betrayal? Ito? You are unfit to replace Commander Okita as our leader. Such swordsmanship can only be Saito's. Even as a ghost, you wish to interfere. Okita cannot let go of the past. He will never change to Shinsengumi.
One of Ito's allies. No Kosa will be given to traitors. You're dead.
Demon Dance is really good for just like
Forgive me, Okita.
Speak with the man. Oh.
All this time, he was a...
I don't know if it was, you know, I'm kind of embarrassed that it took me this long to realize, but the Demon Dance is so good for just stun locking human NPCs because you attack so fast. They just like perma block you.
Nakasumi, I apologize, but I must live on. Allow me to use the goods for you!
There's like a crystal over here. I don't see a cannon though. There's no cannon here, though. Unless that cannon there can somehow shoot it. Doesn't look like it's aimed properly. Oh, this one is. Water is not very good against these guys. It's straight up water. Yeah, I know. I'm not saying it should be. I'm just saying. Where the heck am I going right now, dude? What?
I recall this estate. So this truly is the capital, as unrecognizable as it may be.
That move is so good. Does so much damage. Healer. Sit on her, dude. My God. Man. That lady was kind of scary. I feel like we might... I mean, if there is going to be an RE9 demo, they're definitely going to show it at the State of Play. Not tomorrow, on Thursday. I'm enjoying it, BK. But yeah, I mean, the enemy variety... Like, the gameplay in this can start to feel a bit samey when you're fighting the same enemy like a million times in a row. For sure. They really went overboard with the spirit veins in this area. There's so many. How many of you guys in chat are going to be playing Resident Evil 9?
Burning cart, leaving tracks of fire. Are they coming to take the very dead from hell?
played one before.
Go forth, touch the demon inside me.
Hey, Nightmare, thank you for the 9-month reset. Yeah, I felt the death coming there. These fucking enemies. I should have just blocked him, to be fair. If I blocked, I would have been okay. Shouldn't have tried to dodge. See what's happening here. Alright, we're gonna need to snipe these enemies. Why did that do so little damage? Well, he got off the cannon at least. Had a pixel. This doesn't work. Just gotta kill this guy. Feel easy. I mean, there's still been some fights that I've struggled with.
Forgive me. Please.
So hot.
Let me die.
So confused. Is there not an item here? Oh, whatever. Not a big deal. Try the wheel monk. Well, if you hit human enemies in the head with ranged weapons in this game, it just does absurd amounts of damage. You'd like to play RE9, but your budget went into Code Vein 2. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think the Wheel Monk is going to be very good against this boss. Oh, come on.
Actually, not that I ever doubted you would defeat that demon. Now, about your reward. It seems my wares burned with my warehouse after all. Oh, please don't be cross. I still intend to keep my word. You are on good terms with Mr. Takasugi, yes? The flames of war are sure to spread here in the capital as well. I shall see to it that the abandoned cannons scattered about are repaired to working order. I've arranged to have a stock of my own hand cannon ammunition placed next to them. It's Mr. Takasugi's base of operations, you see.
I use cannons in all regions. Oh, thanks, man. Oh, so I guess this was just like a side area. Yeah, this fucking map is massive. I have no idea where that Kodama is. I don't think I'm gonna bother with it. Hey, Hyfton, thank you for the 70 months. This one's not stop moving. Oh shit. You have to like lead the shot, which is kind of awkward. You know, I wonder if there's any new skills that we can learn now that we... thought maybe from like the martial artists. It seems like they're all crucible weapons. I guess this one. Oh, that looks really cool. Guess we could try it out. Oh, I have an LB plus Y move now as well. I need to remember that. I just had the progressive sponsor was just like I think it was like 3 months or something. It's not like forever. Charges the Amrita gauge when you hit an enemy with this Guardian Spirit skill. Oh, that seems kind of good. Increase damage dealt after you successfully deflect. That also seems pretty good. Have I tried out the Kusarigama? No, I've just been... I used the Switchglaive and the... and what was it even? I was using... Switchglaive... Yeah, I was using Switchglaive and the Talons, and then I switched to Axe and the Tonfa.
Oh, no. Please. You must save
the cursed objective since the hay.
Hey! Way back when, before heading up, guess we'll...
This is our base. Sick base.
By the
What's
way,
this guy?
He washed up on these shores 200
Englishman
years
named
ago
William.
and became a
It's the guy from the
samurai.
first game.
If memory serves. He was called Anjin here. His exploits prove the legend that the land of gold lay in the Far East. I too came in search of said gold, but before I knew it, I'd gotten too involved in local matters. Believe me when I say that Mr. Takasugi and Mr. Sakamoto drive a hard bargain.
Oh, one more elixir. Summon guardian spirits using guardian spirit skills while moving. Oh. Spirit Ascension seems good. I don't have enough slots though. This game like 100 plus hours of content. I mean, if you go through all the new game cycles, then yeah, probably ish. Kind of depends on that though. That was kind of close. How's the story? I mean, I don't really care for the story. How'd you get up there? How'd you get up there? Bruh. Guess I should do an attack midair. I don't know. Oh, wait, I just got a... Wait, what was that? Transformed art? Is that something for the axe? Titanic strength water. Ooh. Okay, mid stance is for fire and others are for water, I guess. This place is so empty, it's kind of nice for a change. It's supposed to be like this?
The Crucible's power appears to be flowing into this spike. Dispel the Crucible, and its power should weaken.
Oh yeah, I gotta go over here, I think. This new game plus? No. Oh, that lightning did a lot. Where's the enemies? This cannon guy's gotta die. Wait, what? Oh, that does so much damage. Holy shit. Oh, I have to... Wait, can I let it go? Jesus. Where's the last enemy? Oh. What's wrong, Mr. Duff? I think I'm going the right way.
Look who's finally shown up.
I don't even know why I'm bothering collecting these. Like, I really don't need skill points anymore. These ninjutsus are so strong. I'm a loot goblin, you're not wrong. How do I get up? How do I get up? Oh. Is that a tree that I can knock down? Is this a boss? This is gonna be the fire boss? Ah, yes. Getting kind of shit on, actually. It takes so long to be able to use this summon again. Oh, and I didn't even hit him. Nice. Oh, nice. We interrupted that. I can actually light him on fire. Oh my god, that damage. Woo! So there's this path, but I think we have to do the crucible before we can go down this path. red spirits are so annoying.
Is this retribution for crushing that centipede in the main hall?
Hold on. This move is really strong. Yeah, magic is really good. Oh no, oops. Stats? Yeah. These are my stats. We've been going for the balance build. I mean, the thing is, if you want to use melee and also magic and ninjutsu, you do kind of want to level everything up. That's kind of, I mean, it's kind of actually working out. Oh, I remember this. Yeah, so Yeah, this is the section of the game that they had me play during like the demo that I went to. Oops. Not my best shot.
Catastrophe is unheard of. I should hide Lord Nobunaga's sword before it's stolen.
There's Spirit Vein over here. So many of these fucking things. I think this thing's coming. Up. We are just kind of stomping everything at this point. I feel like we're so strong. I think we have some better stuff we could equip. Like, hard to hit these flying enemies, man. Was there more loot there? Did I do the 4 Heavenly Kings mission? No, I don't think so. Not sure what that is. Is that 4 bosses at once? Probably.
Reviving the
What's up,
spirits
Piggy?
of the dead heroes of Honorji Temple. This is pure blasphemy.
Jesus. Look at that though, 5,000 damage on that. I guess these guys are really weak to lightning. What? Did I just... Wait, how did that guy die? Why all stats? Because I like having my stats like that. That was like, I had no idea when he was gonna do the red attack. I was, I was so delayed. I could have healed there even. Shit on. Holy shit. That fight was, barely tell what's even happening.
Nioh. I've waited so long. I blamed myself. Nearly lost myself to despair. And yet... there you are.
You're all right!
They plan to burn the spirit tree at the Imperial Palace.
Gathering up spirit stones? And awakening some hero to do all that, huh? That's no fun.
If we're to defeat Kunimatsu, then the spirit tree is our last hope. We must protect it at all costs.
Lord Yoshinobu! Honnoji Temple's crucible has all but vanished!
Blasted Ronin. You obstruct my path. No time to waste.
to action!
My partner, but I never tell me about. Well, I'm heading back to drop in.
Dekachio. Once again, I find myself in your debt still. I see we're both the same as ever, only my name has changed. Since the day Ada was raised, our enemies are great. The enemy has even begun to encroach upon the... I will return to the loyal. We must...
Alright. I'm gonna keep going. Unless... Well, actually, wait. Can I go through this crucible spike now? Explored a good amount so far. Yeah, this is like the third map. Well, technically there's been more than 3 maps, but some of them you can't go back to unless you use the battle scroll, I think. I'm gonna play Romeo as a dead man. I don't know what that is. Maybe? Oh, actually, yeah, no, I think I saw the trailer for that at, like, the Game Awards or whatever. I don't know if it looked that interesting to me. I kind of want to get... I need 40 magic to get the 6th slot. That's so much.
Yoshinobus, allow this all. The rest is.
I'm gonna go this way. Why is there a spirit vein there? Oh, I guess you can't get back up otherwise. Or no, well, no, I guess you can't. That's nice. used most of my magic. It's okay though. Oh, I hear a Scampus. He's crying. And he fucking bonks me. Yeah, I'll be playing Reanimal when it comes out. Gonna stop. Yeah, I have a sponsor with Larxa to play Reanimal. Shroud aim, yeah.
Damn Shinsengumi! Are they just going to do whatever the
Aiming on controller is ass. Oh, that's the guy I killed before. Wow. Was there a Spirit Fang? Oh yeah. Oh, this little guy. I need to buy some more health pills. shadow art is used, cloak your weapon in the element corresponding to that art. Increase the stock of ninjutsu that you have used to defeat an enemy by 1. Oh, I want to put that on. Yeah, I think it's on the easier side. I don't know. Some people have said otherwise. I think a lot of people seem to think it's a bit on the easier side. Oh yeah, this mastery is also this mastery is doing so much for us, because I mean if we put like if we put like multiple debuffs on the enemy, it's just doing way more. Oh, it's only 2? Well, that's perfect. How do I get that chest that's back there? I just jump over the ledge. I don't know what I'm doing. That was really bad. Good as Elden Ring. I mean, not in my opinion, but for some people maybe. I don't know, just exploring in this game doesn't really have the same feeling as like Elden Ring in my opinion. I think what makes like FromSoft games, it's like the loot is a bit more meaningful in Souls games, up to a degree, but like whenever I loot stuff in this game, I don't even Like, I don't even pay attention to what I'm looting at all. I just pick it up. It's not like, oh, I got a new weapon. Let me try that out. It's like, okay, it's just... It's the 7,000th weapon that I've picked up. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, there's plenty of, like, useless loot in the Souls games. I'm not saying everything's important, but there's too much loot bloat in this game for it to, like... Please tell me there's a shrine here, dude. What is this? There's a shrine, like, up... Oh, wait. Oh. Dude, that does, like, that's so much damage. Crazy.
This is so hot.
Hey, Parkeezy, thank you for the 63 months. Oh, Mr. Miro, thank you for the 10 gifted as well. Thank you, man. Where's this last enemy?
Very good indeed.
You, I like it.
I want to finish this first. I just don't know. Where's the last fucking enemy?
Holy shit, this is so hot.
I like them.
What stat is ninjutsu power anyways? Skill? Is there anything else that gives it? I mean, this game and Kazan are very similar with their loot. I mean, that's why I didn't like Kazan that much. I don't know, I just feel like it's more meaningful when you have, like, unique loot that you can find, in my opinion. What do those Ochoko cups even do anyways? This is a special dagger you will never use, meaningful loot. Well, it's still like... It's still... Yeah, like you may not use it, but... It is still unique, right? Why can't I break this? I guess we can go fight the master. Didn't I go this way? Did I miss the guy? Or I guess I didn't. I don't know, now I'm confused. I've been kind of destroying a lot of the bosses because I'm using, like, ninjutsu and magic, but...
Oh, you must be alright. An old shinobi still has his tricks. Come! Style practitioner. An older one. Older than myself. Now that's
not what I meant to do.
I won't go down so easily. Skilled warrior indeed.
I'm a very skilled warrior, what can I say?
Such keen skill. You're my...
The magician bully build. Yeah, I mean, I don't even have that many points into magic, though, is the thing. Oh yeah, I don't need to use that. Actually, I'm just gonna use it so it stops appearing as unused. Makes the game too easy. Yeah, it's pretty OP. But at the same time, like, I really don't care if I'm like, so many of these enemies I've killed a million times already. It's like, I don't really care if I just cheese them with magic at this point. To die. Random bullshit, go. You're kind of spamming on the main bosses too. Yeah, I mean, that's true. It's just, so many of the human bosses are just complete ass to fight, in my opinion. I don't really like fighting the human bosses. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, it's like they made the stuff too good, but what, I at the same time, I also don't want to just not use all of these tools and things that the game gives me. Like what? Because I kill the bosses too fast, should I just only melee them and not use anything else? Because they made it too easy. It's like...
That is a
you know what I mean?
massive cannon. But don't falter now. Charge! Ah!
At the end? Kind of. I don't know if I'm quite at the end, but... The ninjutsu, like, using ninjutsu plus magic in this is actually so fucking strong. This is, like, absurd. Must loot everything before I can beat the game. Yes. Do I have any better weapons? But you know, it's funny, because I've been using magic and ninjutsu like the entire time, and it honestly didn't seem that strong until I got to the late game. Like, once I got the veteran stuff, that's when I started doing, like, absurd damage. I should check to see if there's any more like talismans or because the AoE like fire move that I have is from one of the soul cores. It's from the. Oh, that's cool. It's from the demon, like the demon of hatred or something it was called. I don't know. It's like fire demon.
Who goes there?
These fucking gunners, man. My audience is here to watch me suffer. Well, I don't want to suffer.
Damn Shinsengumi, sitting around Mibu Temple like they own the place.
I love invis walls. Yay.
I believe that I... Oh, what? Well, I appreciate...
Sure, I'll fight you.
Takahashi Deishu, to battle! Bear witness to my spear! A brilliant strike! Now to respond in kind!
I have some fire bombs.
This is my limit. Well done.
Let him play. No, no, no. It's my turn with the controller. Guessing I gotta go around the back. Okay, I have no idea how I'm supposed to fight that Crucible Wraith. Maybe it's out this way and then to the right. Oh. I like my outfit. Holy shit, I just got wrecked. At all of them? We are really just like destroying everything at this point. I feel. There. Oh wait, that was the chest. Or wait, is there another chest? One arrow. Does watering them then shocking do more damage? I don't know actually. I feel like a menace. Like I'm just I feel so OP now. Hard fight.
One plate. Two plates. One plate's missing.
What's going on? Why is there music? What is going? What am I? Search for wells.
Let go. That's not Kyo. What
Late.
caused her to bear such a grudge? The people here grow restless.
Grants a chance for Omeo magic items other than summoning seals to remain unconsumed? Oh, okay, sure. I kind of want to change my soul cores. Something different. Try Makoshi Nioh. Jailer Needle. It's a common skill. Mysteries of Omeo Magic costs 6. I need to take off a 3-pointer. I could take off Spirit Ascension. Yeah, they do Vepsen. Oh, what the? This guy does lightning. Do Kappas even teleport away anymore? I feel like I never see them teleport away anymore. Wait. Oh, we never got our grave back. Oops. Oopsies. All right. Bro. Hit the enemy, please. Oh wow, that summon is really good. Oh my god. What is that damage, dude? Do your spells get back damage in Ninja? I guess they do. Or the ninjutsu does? That's fucking absurd. I just did like 80% of his health in one fucking ninjutsu, dude. Hey, still we fall. That's crazy, man. Just break the game. Yeah, should I go all in on skill and magic? Like, we don't even... Yeah, we're not even, like, spec'd for it, and it's doing absurd damage. This is crazy. I guess we'll go up this way first. Oh. The character, like, groans and moans so much. Crazy that you get 3 uses of this. Is this a master fight? Alright, time to bully.
Introduce the steel serpent, my Kusarigama. Do your worst. That youth who wielded 2 swords.
Do I have any new axe stuff from these masters? Tonefist stuff. Oh, Storm of Strike's Shadow. Ooh, oh, nice. Okay. Never use it. No, I've been using my hold Y attack quite a bit. That's not what I meant to do. Oh, that guy did. Dude, these summons are really good. I just used it, alright? I did it. Does like no damage. Hey, HQZ, thank you for the gifted sub. Let's see, do I have any better? I just got something that looked good. 2 leaves. Fire resist, life drain, water damage. Can you equip the accessory, the same accessory on... Oh, right, you have different ones. Oh, extended elemental weapon, 20%. Oh, Omyo magic power. Fire damage, sure. I don't know if that only applies when I'm in Samurai, though. I mean, I think the game's fun. The combat is fun. It's definitely on the easier side. They like toned down enemies, in my opinion, a lot. Like, enemies in Nioh 1 and 2 could kill you really, really easily, and I feel like in this game... I mean, maybe it's because I've been doing everything, and I've been, like, fully exploring, but... it definitely seems like... everything's, like, toned down a fair bit. Because, I mean, when I played Nioh 1 and 2, I also did a lot of, like, the side content. Okay, yeah, so I can't go this way. I guess we have to go... Actually, where am I supposed to go now? Can't go that way. I guess just this way. It's just a side path. Yeah, and I mean, I haven't been, like, I've been just going for a completely balanced build. I haven't been, like, speccing for specific... Where is this guy? Using a broken int build? Well, yeah, I mean, but I haven't always, like... Even when I'm just, like, meleeing stuff, it's not... Oh, there he is. Yeah, even when I'm meleeing stuff, it still hasn't been that bad. But yeah, right now I am kind of cheesing. You're not wrong. But I mean, it's a hit, like, I don't know. It's also just part of the game. Like, it's funny because people will rag on you for playing it like a Souls game, and then you, like, use all the stuff that the game gives you, and then it's, like, too easy or whatever. It's funny.
Lord Takasa, the rest is in your hands.
It's my bad. Dude, that guy's fucking attack did so much damage. I'm not saying you were ragging. I'm just saying people do sometimes. Enemies toned down. Yeah, well, not that one. Not that one, apparently. Holy shit, dude. Fuck! guys are shitting on me, dude. There's like fire barrels next to these guys, but I'm not sure the fire barrels actually do more damage than just shooting them in the head. Hey, Tarnish, thank you for the 43 months, man. Oh. Okay. Jeez. Please no.
Their firepower is overwhelming. No amount of skill with the sword can cut through that.
Dude, this helmet I have is weird as hell. Big floppy thing on my head. Is this where the other path? I'm confused. Okay, never mind, I see. It's not the that's the other path that I took. Try not to get blasted by the cannons this time. did it. I look good today? Thanks, man. Made me check if my camera was on.
I am the Imperial Palace. At this rate, the capital will be completely destroyed.
Show yourself! Whoa! Who goes that? You?
Oh my, okay. That's got some serious tracking, my man. Ooh. Gross. Heh. Alright, well that looks like a scary place over there. Where am I even going, dude? Am I going backwards? No, I don't think so. Oh, I see the ropes are different. What do you want? Casting looks silly strong, yeah. Well, we have like a skill that makes our casting faster. So yeah, now we're just like, I don't know, we're just destroying everything at this point. I could nerf myself, but honestly, it's more fun just destroying all these enemies, to be honest. I've fought 1,000,000 human enemies and yokai at this point. Why not go to the end game? I don't know, because there's probably something over here. Not gonna take long to do this section anyways.
Look around. This country
Probably
has
should
already
just
gone
go to the
hell.
end game.
Overthrowing the shogunate now is meaningless.
It's nothing but ashes now. I guess it was a shabby place to begin with, so what's it matter?
I'm a bit too much of a loot goblin. I'll admit it. Oh, is this just like a side area, I guess, that you can go down? We probably don't need to do that. How do I get up there? I have no idea. Oh. What level am I now, anyways? 116. Oh, there's a master fight here.
Takashima marksman, always strike true.
Holy shit.
Never again shall I hear a cannon's thunderous roar.
Sorry, buddy. Try spark. Oh wait, that's for the axe, isn't it? We got something for the axe. We totally are gonna use it all the time. Try spark? What was it called? I don't see it. Was that not for the axe? He should have one-shot me. Well, he did. I just have I have a cheat scroll on, which makes it so I don't actually die if I die. I basically have Tears of Denial. You moused over it 3 times. Okay. It's just what do I automatically have it learned? Try Spark. Oh. I was expecting to have to learn it still. Oops. Pretty good, honestly. Not bad. What the? Yeah, that Tri-Spark move is quite strong. Oh, it's a spider area. Kinda gross. So slow. You know, I haven't actually tried using a hand cannon yet. I mean, they're good. They're just really slow is the problem, I guess. got some range. Remember one time I put my head down on the pillow as a kid and there was like a fucking bug in my ear. It was like on the pillow. Traumatizing, honestly. Kind of bug? I actually can't remember. I don't have... Oh, the lesser crucible must be cleansed. I was like, how do I not have the spirit for this? Oh. Wasn't this a boss from like Nioh 2 or something? Shit on right now. Random bullshit, go! Oh, right, yeah, that is from Nioh 1, you're right. They really like reusing the bosses in this game.
Don't come any closer! Damn it, this thread! I can't move!
Headwind Blaze. You know what? At least the nice thing is if we do 100%, or well, if, you know, since we're doing so much of the side stuff, at least, you know, if there's DLCs that come out, we'll have a character that's, like, ready for them, I guess. Since we'll have so many different skills and everything. Have I even been the other way? Oh wait, that's the ramp. That's the giant. That's the giant spider ramp that I went up. Not gonna bother with DLC. I mean, if a deal. Oh, I got a. Wait, what did I get? Violational Omyo magic or something? God, look how many skills we have. Omyo magic while moving. Oh no. Unless there's a way to get 2 masteries at once. I'm getting... Mermaid Soul Core. Yeah, I'm really excited for Reanimal. That was easy. Dude, magic is just... is so good in this game.
Foot here evokes memories of my young protege and Yoritomo's arrival at the capital. It may be a shell of its former self, but the fact that the crucible has yet to consume it entirely must be due to the protection of the branch you planted, no?
Is there a shortcut here? Because I don't think I was able to get to this side before. Or was I? No, I was. Okay. divinity comes out. Oh yeah, divinity is the Baldur's Gate devs, right? Be released in early access. Yeah, that's true. All right. Is there anything else over here? We should probably just continue with the main story. Maybe there's something else here. Read any of the armor sets that focus magic? No. Not at all. This game easy compared to 1 or 2. I mean, I think it's easier. The thing is, Nioh 1 and 2 can also be really, really easy if you, like, use the right tools. But yeah, I would say this game is a bit easier.
You ruffian!
Ruffian. Damn, dude. Can't believe you called me that. Is there anything else even over here? Looks like a door. Frag him. True. How the fuck am I supposed to get up there? Oh, there's a... Oh my god, there's 2 whole other areas here. Alright, yeah, honestly, I think I'm just gonna go... I think I'm just gonna go to the main story. I don't want to do these other areas. I feel like we're doing okay as it is. Might as well finish the game. I mean, is this the end of the game though? I feel like... I don't know why, but I feel like it's not. But maybe it is. You hope so.
The main keep. I'll hang back and stop the shogunate's men here. You're the only one who can dispel the crucible. We're counting on you.
That reminds me to purify. You have helped, might I?
I'm gonna go use the restroom and go grab a drink real quick before we do this. I'll be right back. I'm back.
I've got no clue what the spirit tree is, but Lord Takasugi trusts me with this. I'll gladly lay down my life for him.
This way!
Or loot. Might be able to equip some new stuff. Got any ammo for me, dude?
Who goes there?
There's a little bit. Am I going the right way?
The Imperial colors speak for you. We really are in a living hell.
I don't know, there's like two different ways. I guess this is just a side path. Nice shot. Is this the way I'm supposed to go?
A message from Audio. The enemy has numbers, but your presence has boosted morale. There is still much to do. Let us make haste.
Oh, okay, wait. Are you kidding me? What do you fucking mean? I was barely not in the right spot. Like early Spirit Springs in Elden Ring.
Watch it! Give me your blade! This way!
Alright, that's just where I came from. Okay.
Over here! Attack!
Let's see. I just got confused. Alright. Oh, we can use our travel amulet. Easy. Holy shit. What just dumped on me, dude? Just back where I was. Gotta pick up these sandals.
Yokai and cannons. What don't they have? I can hardly believe this is the Imperial Palace.
Who's shooting at me? God. Yeah, 1.2 mil Amrita isn't even that much, though. Surprisingly. Oh, that's cool. Dude, what the fuck? What the hell even just happened? Guess I missed these items. A shortcut to somewhere.
Ordering yokai to march on the Imperial Palace! Must that Tokugawa go to such lengths?
I'm supposed to get to that spirit vein. down. Is there another spirit vein down here? Hold on. Been in this crucible. I haven't actually been in this crucible for that long. I got this like enhanced move, but I feel like Storm of Strike Shadow. Oh, I guess because it creates an after image, but it does less damage. I kind of like the Focus Strike. Bat labor. Crucible Wraith. Oh, this guy is a... Must be on top of the building. Question is, how do I get on top of the building? Because this is the shortcut. Oh, never mind, I see. Dude, we have nearly 3 million Amrita, Jesus. We could change our soul core. Try the spider. Doesn't seem that good though. Lyra. I feel like the ones that hit multiple times are better. What about the mermaid? It's just one hit. On Ryoku's only one. We could try the mermaid, I guess. You know what, actually, is there any new talismans that we can put on? I haven't really been looking at the... Oh. Hellstream. Oh, I have Hellfire. Maybe instead of... Is there a Storm one as well, I wonder? Thundershot. Lightning Shikigami. Add our new summons. I mean, I guess that's good for water application, but it doesn't really do good damage. I don't know about this water one. Yeah, I don't know about these summons. Oh, this guy's eating me? Guess these guys are weak to fire. God damn it, dude. loot was not worth it. There's a Crucible Wraith up here, though. Oh yeah, this guy. That was, a little overkill. Knock down the tree. Alright, I'm gonna change these guardians, these like spirits back, because I don't really like, or sorry, not the guardian spirit, the summons. You could try the Ubume. Oh, I don't know if that does damage, though. What about Nozuchi? Oh yeah, I was using this one before. Yeah, it's good for, like, key damage. I don't know, I kind of like what I was using before. Oh, this one looks kind of cool, kind of interesting. Try a new Peppo. Water spell is like really weird. I guess against like a really big boss it could be good. I don't know if I like the water spell though. Hey Tyler.
The spirit stone from Lord Yoshinobu has nearly run dry.
Damn, look at my...
So that I may see tomorrow.
Look at my drip.
You shall die.
I don't know about that, buddy. We'll see. We'll see about that one.
Ready or not.
Oh, that? Okay. Have some bombs. Actually didn't do much damage. Still alive?
The only one who can!
Holy shit! Bro's shitting on me. Oh my god, chill, bro! Here, have some bombs.
I'm sorry. I couldn't keep my promise. I'm so tired. Let us all spar on the other side. Just like we used to.
Wow, this game is so easy, chat. Just use all the all the cheesiest shit.
You are blessed with incredible protection. I've been told you're Amelia Kerr. Takachio, the rebel.
Dude, this one summon does so much damage, though. The, like, yokai needle or whatever it was called. Oh god.
I'll finish you!
Is this 2 phases?
How foolish! Lord Kurimatsu's reign is eternal. Know your place.
Doesn't do that much damage, though. I probably shouldn't face tank everything, though. Oh my god. That double hit is...
Those with power must forge the path forward.
Oh, that form. Lord Ieyasu. It seems I've made a foe of the wrong person.
Am I playing Scholar in this game? Yeah, kind of.
I swore to become a shogun who revered the peace our forefathers achieved, and shield the people from the flames of war. The dark radiance led me astray. But I have finally come to realize the tyrant Kunimatsu is this nation's true enemy. I shall now tread my grandfather's path, cull the shogun gone astray, and restore the stagnant flow of time. Not for the sake of the Tokugawa, but for peace. That is my calling!
Hey, dude. I got his spirit. The fishes.
I know what I must do. If you were shogun, what would you do?
Holy loot. No auto pickup is insane. Nah.
All right, let us hurry to the spirit tree. Just beyond that door lies the spirit tree you planted. It protects Kyoto, with its presence even now, and entrust yourself to the ancient. Your power will surely shine brighter still.
This battle's for the capitals. No, for all of Japan's fate. But at the end of the day, all you can do is trust your gut. In those moments, you've got to paint your own future.
All right, to the spirit tree. Close to the end? I don't know. Is the marathon still going on? No, that's been over for a few weeks now.
Aren't the answers you're after at the spirit tree? Go on. We ain't wasting time! Get moving!
The English voice acting is epic, man. Clearly you have bad taste.
The Great Spirit Stone isn't bright enough.
Yeah, why can't we get one of those magnums?
There's no turning back now. We should follow Kusanagi.
What makes a shogun anyway?
Murakamo, Destruction Incarnate, had been released. The embodiment of rebirth. Kusanagi wished to maintain balance and
Spirit
pursued
is so
Murakamo
cute, man.
through time. Righteousness and compassion. Over time, these beliefs continued to clash. Until the one who could expel Murakamo's dark radiance had been found at long last. It was now time to use their acquired power and answer those who questioned their path. Let a new light
Oh, I don't want like a
be
steak
granted
tonight.
here and now.
It sounds good.
So we meet again, Kusanagi.
You pulled it off, Takachio. Might as well go out with a bang.
An interesting world. You'll have to live to see it.
This guy's got a cool outfit.
That which you have sought across the ages, the light that can sever fate, is now in your hands.
I think Bloodhound's Fang is probably the easiest.
You yourself were the light of hope. Now it is time to put an end to this conflict.
Here we go. Final area, chat. This is final area. Seems like a pretty straight path here. What's down here? Gotta get all the loot, man.
To use anything they can to stop us. We must remain vigilant.
And the thing is, if you haven't played the previous Niohs, you might actually enjoy this game more because you're not gonna realize how much stuff has been copy pasted from like the other games. Like, not to say that, I mean, like, I'm still enjoying the game, but yeah, there's like a lot of the filler open world stuff is like stuff from the other games, which is fine, but
We can talk later. For now, we must defeat the enemy before us. Lord Takechio, let us work together to fell our foe.
I mean, I'm having a lot of fun with this game too. Die, bugs. Why did that do nothing? It doesn't hit the air, I guess.
Damn! Just how many of them are there?
Wait. Was the other one not dead? Are you kidding me? I guess he was at 1 health. Or maybe you have to hit both of them. Or maybe you have to kill them both at the same time.
We can talk later. For now, we must defeat the enemy before us. Lord Takechio, let us work together to fell our foe.
dead again. Oh my god, I don't know what I'm doing.
I have to get back in the fight. Now's the time for Ricky.
Dude, he does so much damage. And then he instantly, yeah, okay. And then he instantly I don't think I could change form. Actually, maybe I could have. I don't know. I should have tried, I guess. I tried to dodge, which I don't think was a good idea.
My lord, what brings you back here?
Wait, what?
For now, we must defeat the enemy before us. Lord Takachio, let us work together to fell our foe.
Holy shit. These enemies are kind of cooking me, chat. Hold on, we can probably equip some slightly better armor, though. I haven't equipped stuff in a little bit.
My lord, what brings you back here?
We can talk later. For now, we must defeat the enemy before us. Lord Takachio, let us work together to fell our foe!
Water's pretty good for those guys. Oh, the double shot too. I don't know what's happening, dude.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
What is this fight?
My lord, what brings you back here?
We can talk later. For now, we must defeat the enemy before us. Lord Takachio, let us work together to fell our foe.
Probably a good spot to like farm equipment, I guess.
Just how many of them are there?
Hey, Loker, thank you for the 4 months, man.
Show me what you are capable of.
Oh my god.
An excellent fight, my lord.
Is there more?
Your assistance is most appreciated.
I have 7 million Amrita. What the heck?
Using Kushina, Himiko and Kunimatsu have collected spirit stones from past time. Their power is greater than ever before. But you have nothing to fear. The souls residing in this here tree. Those noble figures who fell from shadow. Their hopes will ever be your conviction and restraint. So long as you never lose that conviction, I am sure none will ever be able to stand in your way.
Oh! The heck, man? How am I supposed to get there? Whatever, I don't care. It's just an item. Missed a best item. Why do I have a cloud around my head? It's just my armor, man. Oh, it's one of these ladies.
Lord Fumetsu has... No. Let us face this threat together.
Ow. Feel the... I'm dead? What the fuck? Hey, Exo Style, thank you for the 20 months.
A fearsome foe, but I will not be defeated here. Lord Takechio, Lord Kunametsu has... No, now is not the time for doubts. Let us face this threat together.
Almost dead. Oh my god, what am I doing?
I expected nothing less from my lord.
We're getting pretty close to the end. Dang it. This area is cool. I like how it's just a bunch of boss fights, or like gauntlets.
The heavens and earth tremble once more.
Once more, you say? Interesting. It seems you've seen quite a lot yourself.
Oh, now where have I heard that before? Well, anything could happen from this point. Proceed with caution. Murakumo. What a twisted, fearsome appearance it had. Did it call forth lightning in an attempt to stop you?
That it? So. It's over here. Where's the chest? God, the damage is so absurd. Violent F? What does that mean? Oh yeah, this. I just went in a circle. Bro, this guy is crazy. What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck? Just attacked him, I guess, dude. I don't even know. Enemy does like a 17-hit combo, and then you get to attack him like once. fire's good. Yeah, I just didn't have any of my fire moves. I hate these flying enemies. The way to go. You can use any weapon to shoot the lightning monster, it'll stop and run away. Oh, that's... makes more sense than running up to them, I guess. I just thought it was like a gimmick where you needed to like get closer to him to make him fly away. I don't think I'm gonna speedrun this game. Resident Evil 9 is too soon. Thunderstorm Onibi? Oh. What about Makoshi? I think I used this guy before.
They all say that I am most worthy of being shown. Mother, father, all my retainers. What merit is there in a life where I am not shown?
Who goes down?
Let us fight!
Looting for the sake of looting, yes. Auto loot is gross.
Only Lord Iyasa had never chosen Takachio. If only Takachio had never existed.
We actually need to kill him. Have any better gear to equip?
Kunimatsu has been captured by Hiruko. It seems his obsession with becoming shogun has led only to his imprisonment. However, you may be able to free him from the Dark Radiance.
So much loot. I need it all. Am I not tired of fighting the trash mobs? No, I love it. It is kind of satisfying just like destroying enemies though.
Did you truly come just to die? You know you can't win.
I should have put on the new Guardian
That
Spirit.
sullies the darkness. You've mastered it.
Well then, I shall paint the world with darkness. Death veil, lend me your strength. Let the crystal invest all of Japan! Those who dare to defy me shall be damned to suffer for eternity!
All right. Here we go. Oh, Crucible. Shouldn't have used all my fire. Oh, we're gonna have to do more Crucible.
The top of the shogunate at last, Takeshio! Sounds fun! Allow me to shine! Keep livening up Japan, will you?
We're doing it! Alright, this was the one that goes back.
I will not allow my brother to repeat his
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
To save the innocent, I join hands with you, Lord Takeshio.
Just never stops going, dude. Oh god.
We are on the cusp of finishing this. Let's take the final step together. Only a true sibling can admonish one's mistakes. You are the only one who can stop it.
At long last, we've made it here. Just a little more to go. Stay strong.
And ran into the fire. I remember, is there like a... Can I like go back and... Why does it even give you the option to go back? You have to do them in the right order anyways. Oh my god. Oh my god, another one? Holy shit.
I tread a path paved with the blood of my compatriots. You must carry on that legacy. Takachio, you shall not die!
Oh. That was...
This was our most earnest desire.
18,000!
World peace is in your hands, Takachio. Bear this great burden for us, and forge onward!
Dude, that was pretty sick. Alright. Here we go.
The wishes of everyone you love will surely be your strength. And leave Hinoko's defeat to you.
Shingen, Yoritomo.
and Yoshinobu were naught but pawns. Only useful for acquiring the true Dark Rings.
Let the memories of ages past echo true. And be my strength to destroy the light!
Scar, thank you for the 2 months. Tummy Fluff, thank you for the 70.
I shall not know defeat.
Alright, here we go.
It is time. We settle this once and for all.
It was a good try. The quick change abuse. It's even worse than that, Axel, because I also have. Finally, you see me die. I have this skill, a chance for Omeo magic items to remain unconsumed. So sometimes I get like even more than 4 uses. It actually procced like a few times there in the fight. It's ninja? Well, you're right, but yeah, it was, I guess, yeah. dude. Tell me. Yes.
My destiny is certain.
God damn it. I'm feeling so over, like when the bosses are super aggro, it feels so like overwhelming. I wish I had some healing pills though. I don't have any more.
It is time. We settle this once and for all.
That's not good. I need to remember it as a follow-up on that.
Always best. I will show you just how powerful. My destiny is certain.
I should have used another preservation talisman. I'm just feeling so overwhelmed on this fight, honestly.
It's time. We settle this once and for all. Your presence has always vexed me. I will show you just how powerless you are.
I should just always try to parry. Okay. Nice timing, dude. Nice fucking timing. Undodgeable fucking attack. Sometimes, like, the revive, like, the scroll that makes you not die is nice, but sometimes you just get caught and you get fucked anyways. Yeah, I could pop living weapon.
It is time. We settle this once and for all.
really thought I hit... Oh, okay. He's really good at timing the follow-ups, dude. I really thought I hit that burst break, but I guess not. I wasn't sure if that actually did damage. Back. Is he dead? Probably not.
Takechio! Have you given up on becoming shogun?
Now what?
Illuko. This has to end. I finally managed to stop you.
Am I nothing but your meddlesome younger brother?
You have become Japan's hope. The country's moon, guiding light.
Oh my god, the green weapons! Loot. Go to Tompa. How do you look at what like the set bonus thing does? Oh. I see. Bunch of auto life recovery. Delivered judgment. Is green the highest rarity gear in this game?
Well fought. To think you had become so powerful. Takechio, do you remember when we were but children? We were always close when we were young. But I had convinced myself I was better than you. Then, you were chosen to become Shogun. And a darkness was born in my heart, saying I would become Shogun instead. That voice grew stronger, and I was enthralled by the dark radiance. You stopped me from treading the wrong path, from my obsession with becoming a Shogun. You were a ray of light that pierced the Crucible's darkness. My sins ruined the peace we once enjoyed.
I feel like
Kill
the
me.
final section of this game with all the crucibles like back to back is gonna be so ass in like a speed run.
Go on then, Shogun.
banquet. He drops loot if you execute him. I guess we'll execute him, fuck it.
The role of Shogun is mine. And mine,
It's mine!
alone!
All mine! Good job, you murderer. Thanks, man.
Please grace us with the name you have taken.
I am the Shogun, Tokugawa Iemitsu.
Yippee! I'll be back in a sec, chat. Alright. I am back. When he gets back, it's anyways time. You don't know that, Ryut. You don't know me. So anyways, chat, perfect time for an amok run. Time for New Game Plus. I don't know, man. I'm already feeling kind of burned out on the Nioh 3. Maybe I'll do New Game Plus, but there's just I don't know, man. I don't really like New Game Plus. I've heard that New Game Plus does change some stuff up, but I don't know, man. Where all the insane builds are. Yeah, it's just I don't know, dude. There's so many. Okay, honestly, dude, there's like too many enemies in this fucking game. Like, I mean, I guess you can just run past mostly everything, but I want to try DS1 Rando Permadeath. That does sound like a lot of fun. I don't know how to, I don't really know how to set it up. I guess you have to do them both separately. Best boss fight? I don't know, it's hard to say. I mean, to be honest, a lot of the bosses I never really got to, like, even really fully experience, because I kind of just brute forced my way through them. Sorry, let me turn the game down a little bit. Yeah, maybe Axel. Resident Evil Marathon 1? I don't know. I was in the second area this afternoon. We started the third area this afternoon. I didn't get a key for this game because of some drama, I guess, or I don't know. I don't even really want to talk about it. It's not... I'm over it. It's just leave it at that. Do you guys think they're gonna announce an RE9 demo at the State of Play? I hope so. Yeah, I'm excited for Reanimal is in 3 days. On Friday, I'll be playing Reanimal with Larksa. We have a sponsored stream, and well, we're planning on playing through the whole game together, so that'll be fun. Why wouldn't they? They did. I mean, there's been a demo for like all of the recent Resident Evil games. RE4 remake, RE2 remake, I think even RE3 remake they all got demos. Same with RE8, RE7. So yeah, I mean every single recent RE release has gotten a demo. So I mean, if there isn't a demo announced at State of Play, then I don't think we're getting one. But there probably will be one then. You passed up on Little Nightmares 3. Yeah, you didn't really miss much. Little Nightmares 3 was kind of ass. It was way worse than Little Nightmares 1 and 2, sadly. Yeah, I'm not really sure what I should do now, chat. Maybe we'll start the DS1 rando stuff tomorrow. I don't really think I want to do a new game plus for this game. I feel like chat's already kind of bored with the game, and I mean that's fine, but like I'm also kind of bored too. Have I been bored most of the playthrough? No, I mean I was having fun like going through the game. I don't really want to go through the entire game again. You know, or multiple times even. Like, I mean, I guess if you're just rushing the main story bosses, it's maybe not as bad, but I don't know, man. Just these games, like I like Nioh, but it doesn't. You know, like when I finish a Souls game for the first time, I wanna play it. So like I'm so excited to like do another playthrough, but like I don't get that feeling with this game. And I think a big part of it is, you know, just the bloat. Like there's so much like bloat in the game. Start speedrun routing? But not really. With Elden Ring, I did like a few playthroughs, like multiple playthroughs before I even started doing any speedrun routing. Sure, it's not Souls fatigue. This game isn't a Souls game, though. It's not. Like, it's just not the same. The loot is completely different. The exploration is completely different. And, like, I don't know. It's just not the same. You can play Nioh multiple times. Yeah. I don't know. I guess with the Souls games, it's like when I do another run, it's just fun to do different like builds in the Souls games. And you can I mean you could technically do different builds in this game, but and I'm sure like in New Game Plus the build thing gets a bit more. It's just the systems to get a build going. Like I don't like that getting a build going in Nioh is just like, you know, constantly respecking gear at the blacksmith and looting a million different items. I just like in the Souls games that if you want to do a specific build, you follow a specific route in the game to make that build work. You know what I mean? And in this game, that's like not how it works at all, really. I mean, it kind of does, I guess, with the skills. Like, if you want to make a certain build, you go for certain skills, but yeah, I think it comes down to, like, the loot system more than anything. Well, I mean, you can... In New Game Plus, you can make, like, very specific builds. Like, for example, there's an item. It's called, like, Throwing Stone. This thing. At least in Nioh 1, I'm pretty sure you could make a build for this item specifically, and you could, like, kill bosses in, like, a few stone throws. And you could do stuff like that, right? You know, buff very specific things or very specific skills, and you can just do, like, absurd damage. But making that build, like, the fact that if you want to make builds in this game, it's more so like a New Game Plus thing is kind of, I don't know, I like the idea of starting a new character and making, like, a fresh build off of that, but the systems aren't really in place for you to make builds in New Game, which is just, I feel like it's such a shame, because while like the hardcore Nioh fans are definitely going to play through the game, like, multiple times and go into New Game Plus, I think a lot of people don't. You make builds in New Game if you want. Yeah, but they're, like, it's very minimal though, isn't it? Because, I mean, doesn't the gear effects get better in, like, New Game Plus at the higher level stuff? Or do the percentages never change? Ruko. You only get one of them. Damn, that's pretty good. Yeah, I know versatility is really good. That's the one that gets you, like, the more skills that you use, you get, like, a stacking damage buff or whatever. I wonder how long the speedrun for this game is going to be.
Your excellence with the sword sets you apart from all other samurai. There is no further knowledge I could impart upon you. As a teacher of the sword, I could ask for no finer pleasure.
You guys seen any good movies lately, chat? No. The new Silent Hill movie was ass, so... Fallout. The Fallout TV show is good. Do you have to use the character swap from Samurai to Ninja and vice versa to be effective? No, you can just use, like, one or the other. They're both worth using, though. But if you want to make, like, a ninjutsu and a magic-based build, I feel like you can mainly just stay in Ninja. Because Samurai is basically just, like, melee focused, and then Ninja, you get the ninjutsu. Yeah, I tried the Pragmata demo. It was good. It was really short, though. The Fallout show is only good if you don't know much about Fallout. I don't know. I've heard people who like maybe you're right. I enjoyed the Fallout show. But yeah, I'm not that much of a Fallout fan. I don't know if I ever actually beat any Fallout game. I started Fallout New Vegas like 8 years ago on my stream. And I don't know, I think I got like halfway through it, but I never beat it. I think the only like Bethesda, well, like Elder Scrolls or Fallout game that I ever beat was Skyrim. I remember I did actually beat Skyrim. I would always play Fallout 3 and I would get like partway through the game and I would just get bored as a kid. Oh yeah, people were telling me about that O Demon game before. Or wait, was that the one? Yeah, I don't know, chat. We're probably just gonna anyways. But we can sit here and chat for a little bit before I go. I think I'm probably just gonna set up the DS1. I think I'm just gonna set up the DS1 rando after I get off and then probably try that tomorrow. And we're already like he's chatting a little so he doesn't prove me right. Shut up, Root. What does your speedrun brain tell you about Nioh 3 is going to look like? Honestly, I really don't know, man. I mean, ninjutsu and magic seems quite strong, but then again, I feel like with the right skills, you could probably make melee do an insane amount of damage as well. I really don't know. I mean, I didn't try all the weapon types. I didn't try all the weapon types in this game, so... And then not to mention, like, I don't know, a lot... I mean, there might be some really good skills, but they might be kind of far out of the way off the main path. I mean, ninjutsu and magic seems pretty easy to get, because you just have to do the dojos, I guess. I mean, I don't really know if I want to do New Game Plus, Axel. I know you want to see more Nioh, buddy. I'm sorry. Could not execute the dude at the end. Yeah, just play through the entire game to see the other ending. I mean, I know builds can get insane, but like, if you make a really OP build in New Game Plus, you probably also just absolutely shit on the bosses, like even way more so than I currently am, or I currently was doing. That's the point. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna find somebody to raid chat. Nioh 3 was fun. I'm kind of burned out on the game already though. Probably because I looted everything and killed every single monster that I ever saw. Yeah. Did I fight the side bosses in the last region? I did some of them. I don't know if I did all of them though. There might be like 1 or 2 more bosses that I missed. No RE before 9. I never said that I wasn't gonna play RE before 9. I mean, the thing is though, it's not gonna take me that long to play through the RE games. I'm not gonna play every single Resident Evil game though, because there's like a million, and then there's, you know, Resident Evil 1 has like 3 different versions that you could play depending on the console, and same with like RE2 and RE3, I think. But yeah, the plan is to play, I mean, I want to do, you know, Resident Evil 0, RE1, like all the mainline games, I guess, is kind of the plan. And then maybe we could like finish Resident Evil Outbreak with the lads finally, because we never actually finished the second Outbreak file. Yeah, I was watching Spicy play RE6. It looked kind of ass, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, Axel, 100%. Like, if I played New Game Plus, I would just rush the bosses as well. Yeah, my first Resident Evil game was RE7. But that was, I mean, dude, RE7 was like, what was that, like 10 years ago now? 9 years ago RE7 came out, so. Yeah, I had never played Resident Evil until RE7 came out, and then I kind of like got into the series. I did RE7 speedrunning. I remember as a kid I would go see a bunch of the Resident Evil movies, and I didn't even realize it was based on a game. Yeah, I've played like the OG RE games, 1, 2, and 3 multiple times. Resident Evil 2 OG is, you are like a walking like arsenal by the end of that game. I remember at the end of RE2 I had like 600 ammo in my inventory or some shit. It was absurd. RE3 is definitely better balanced though. You don't get nearly as much ammo in Resident Evil 3 OG. The OG RE games are fun, but they're so... Like, I think what makes the Resident Evil remakes so good is that the bosses are actually fun to fight, or they're more intricate. The bosses in OG RE games is just like, oh, equip the Magnum, shoot him 2 times, and he's dead. Convinced Mika to play Inferno and 3R despite all of chat saying to do Nightmare. Oh, really? Yeah, Axel, for sure. I mean, the thing is, I wanted to do all the most of the content on my first run of this game, so my character has all the skills. Because you keep all the skills going into New Game Plus, I assume. So I feel like it's definitely worth exploring on your first playthrough if you're going into New Game Plus. Yeah, once you're in New Game Plus, you could definitely just like rush all the bosses. I feel like it takes so long to get to some of the bosses though. Like you... I don't know. Some of the sections are just so long. I don't think I did all the battle scroll stuff, no. I know there's a boss fight with like 4 bosses that you can do. Honestly, I need to go get some dinner though. I'm fucking starving right now, chat. I had some like fruit this morning, and a tea. And that was basically it. So yeah, I really need to fucking get some food. Maybe we'll do some more Nioh 3. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we'll try like DS1 Rando to start tomorrow, and then maybe we'll do try like New Game Plus and Nioh 3. We might also be done with Nioh 3. I do kind of want to give NG Plus a try, but the thing is, once Reanimal comes, like, my plans for the future, chat, is we're gonna do DS1 Rando, maybe a bit of Nioh 3 until Friday. Friday I'm gonna play Reanimal, and then I don't know how long Reanimal is. Maybe it'll take like 2 streams to beat it with Larksa. I can't imagine it's super long. And then after that, I think I'm gonna start the Resident Evil marathon up until RE9. That's kind of that Lark. It's not even shade. Shut up, Reed. Normally, Little Nightmares games are pretty short, so we'll probably beat it in 1 stream, but I don't know. I mean, maybe it's a pretty long game.